Hello, everyone. We're doing some more Galaxy 2 Damageless today. So we left off after beating Puzzle Plang, and as I alluded to in chat a moment ago, I do not wish for any spoilers of the Mario Galaxy movie, because one, I haven't watched it yet. I know, a little crazy. But just that... And congrats on the 20 stream streak, Arrows. That is absurd. 20 streams. I don't know how you do it. Because, you know, we have to have the whole family, you know, watch the Galaxy movie. It can't just be me. So I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. And if I do, it's going to be at a really weird time. Okay, I need to... Because of the fact that we're doing a Wii game here, the TV volume needs to be a little bit quieter than if I was playing a Wii or Switch game. And of course, we just immediately take damage. Dun, dun, dun. So as of now, I have checked, and the speedrun.com mods have yet to verify my run from yesterday. And congrats on being third. Why is... Okay then, that was a weird disconnect there. My controller just decided, what if I disconnect completely? And it wasn't like it's dead or anything. Because if you look there, full battery. Okay, why am I getting Stardust again? Alright, because we need to max out the Starbit counter eventually in this challenge. So it is kind of imperative that we get Starbits, and a lot of them. Okay, I think that doesn't help us accomplish anything, so I'm not going to do it. How many coins does this Luma demand from us? Okay, it demands only 30, so we have just the right number. Okay, come on. So that's star 1 of the day. The secret star. So that's the stars I typically like to do first, is the secret ones. Oh right, yeah, the chimp does his stuff. I need you to store all of her star bits for us, Bank Toad. Is there any purpose to me actually putting them in the Bank Toad? Not necessarily. I just kind of do it because why not? Okay, that attempt is, you know, doomed, so I'm going to just abandon it entirely before I'm forced to reset it. Hello, Ian, and so you want me to hydrate? I can do that. I have not seen the Mario Galaxy movie yet. I have not. But that will be taking place tomorrow. Oh, you just saw it this morning. See, the only reason I haven't seen it yet is because of the fact that tomorrow was the earliest time everyone could watch it. You know, I'm not just gonna watch the Mario Galaxy movie by myself. That would be boring. I know we weren't doing this one, but I do kind of, because it's a World 1 star. So you think it's better than the first one? I like to hear that, because you're not someone that's intrinsically biased towards the Galaxy games. At least, I don't think you are. Some people seem to think it's not good, some people think it's good, it's just... I'm not really going to believe what anyone says until I actually watch it myself. Here's the thing. I'm going to be mega biased. So if it's any good, I'm going to be saying that it is one of the best video game adaptations ever. Fair. Technically, I have as well. But I actually like the Galaxy games more. At this point, I'm just doing the make sure that I don't make any silly mistakes. And going for a high score. I can't end this early. That's what I was hoping I could do. But unfortunately, that's not how this works. Now, at some point, we're going to unlock prankster comments, and by some point, I mean once we do a few stars in World 3. That is, I like that, the fact that I can now just access this. Because there's a bunch of comments that we didn't get in World 1. Because comments aren't available to us yet. You know, this game has a whole list of conditions for how comets spawn. Now, one of them is you have to have the comet medal in whatever galaxy it is we're talking about. It's much more complicated than the first game. You know, I would go through the entire list, but the entire list of rules is too long, and I can't remember all of it off the top of my head. And you know, I feel like there's probably too many rules, to be honest. Like, they probably could have trimmed it down. So that's the Comet Medal right there. Now I just need to make sure that I don't, you know, fall into the void. Because unlike some Mario games, you don't necessarily take fall damage. So I don't need to worry about falling from high places. You're just gonna disable one of the stars? How dare you do that? Oh, you disabled the one that is closest to the stream avatars. I see. Well, here's the thing. The stream avatars cannot inhabit that space because I purposefully, intentionally made it so that they can never quite reach there. Ah, fair enough. I thought you had a reason for picking that specific star. Now, there is a redemption where you could have disabled all of the stars at once, but I'm guessing you probably don't have enough channel points for that. You don't have enough stars. And right now, in this situation, it actually does a kind of funny thing. So, if someone were to do the redeem that changes all of them, 1 would be on and 3 would be off. Which is the inverse of what it currently is. So it basically just flips them. Unless if I'm wrong, I think that Boulder Bowl Galaxy, when I was in the Starbittless run, was the first time Heavenly Arrows ever came into this channel. I might be wrong. I might have to double check that. So, you know, now we're doing Boulder Bowl Galaxy, but, you know, instead of trying to avoid the Starbits, we're trying to, you know, not get hit by anything.
Yes.
You know, if only Galaxy 1 Starbittless was, you know, not the most obnoxious challenge run that could possibly exist. And, you know, I guess the real thing here is I should have, you know, had the foresight to do Galaxy 1 minimum star bits in, like, 2022. Back when it was still reasonable. There we go. Okay, that's just me being a complete fool.
Yes.
You know, one thing is, it is nice to be able to relatively chill after yesterday's stream. Because yesterday's stream was very fun to do, but it is definitely on the more draining side. Yes, I know it sounds crazy, but for me, this is, you know, relative peace and comfort. Okay, I don't know why on the planet I did any of what I just did there. Because that was a horrible idea. And then my nunchuck decides, what if I just don't listen to what Star wants me to do? You know, maybe it's these Wii remotes, honestly. Because I've used these same Wii remotes for like 11 years now. So I wouldn't think it would be crazy if these Wii remotes are kind of not quite in the best state. The nunchucks are newer though, and so shouldn't be a problem. Ding ding. Yes. You know, one last thing about yesterday is it proves that actually, even if despite whatever narratives had built in my head otherwise, that I have what it takes to be a speedrunner. And I think going forward, the Luigi U stuff is going to be much more present in my channel than it had been. I don't think I'm ever going to make Luigi U speedrunning my primary content by any stretch of the imagination. But it being a secondary game for when I don't particularly feel like doing my main 2 challenge runs, that is definitely going to be the case going forward. Like, probably tied with Mario Maker, to be honest. Because even though the TV I got was really good, I still feel like there's room for more. Well, here's the thing, Luma. I know you meant that, like, as a good thing, but for us, if we're ever in a situation where we need to... where our life counter isn't full, that is a problem. Because the second I take damage, I press the home button, and or the plus button. One or the other. And then we say, start over. Okay, I was wrong for Eros. Eros's first appearance was during a Damageless stream. And it was not during a Starbit-less one. So it would have been when I was doing the first game. The only reason I thought that Starbit-less might have been the first time Eros showed up was because there was that one random Starbit-less stream I saved in 2024. I still didn't even really know why I saved that stream, to be honest. I don't... Because there's nothing particularly remarkable about it. I don't... Of all the 2024 streams, that is not the first one that I would have saved. At least, I don't think it would have been. Like, you know, there is a much more... You enjoyed the Starbit-less run? I mean, it was a good challenge. That's kind of why I decided to pick Odyssey Coinless, because it's a good challenge run to succeed it. You know, properly succeed it, because as it turns out, the community was incapable of picking a good challenge run to immediately succeed it. And, you know, I'm never going to use community polls to decide which challenge runs I do again. Because while you picked a pretty good challenge with Mario Wonder, you completely whiffed on the gimmick challenge run. Oh, so when 3D World No Power-Ups and Mario Wonder Damageless were picked, that was decided via a community poll. Those were the two options that won. And I'm saying that the community with the 3D World Challenge picked incorrectly. Because let's see the options that the community could have picked. You could have picked Galaxy 1 Coinless, Galaxy 1 Transformationless, which is no power-ups, 3D World no power-ups, or 3D World minimum coins. And the decisive winner for that poll was 3D World no power-ups. I'm just saying that you picked incorrectly, because you picked the easiest of the 4 challenges. I mean, I guess 3D World minimum coins would have been obnoxious. Like, probably one of the worst challenge runs to ever do. There's a reason why I titled it minimum coins, because it's not actually possible to beat 3D World coinless. At all. Sprawling Savannah, which is in World 5. At the end of the level, there's a thing that generates enemies. And so because of that, there will always be an enemy when you touch the flagpole. And if an enemy dies in 3D World, you get a coin. No matter how you do that level, you will somehow get a coin from it. I also think Galaxy 2 coinless is impossible, but I don't remember exactly why. At least Galaxy 2 Damageless, or no, not Damageless, Galaxy 2 coinless, like, you have to kind of cheat in order to actually win. So if we ever do a Galaxy 2 no coins run, there's going to be an additional rule of deaths aren't allowed. Because in this game, if you die, your coin counter gets reset. For some reason. And, you know, I'm not going to let myself beat the game by 0 coins by just intentionally dying anytime I get a coin. Just, no, that's not allowed. Thank you for the lurk, Arrows. You know, the star that I am the most worried about, or the 2 stars I'm the most worried about, are the Grandmaster Galaxy stars. I guess not really Perfect Run as much, because with Perfect Run, we're just beating it the same way you normally do. But the fact I basically have to do Perfect Run twice doesn't sound fun. Because why would it sound fun? Galaxy Generator also kind of worries me because of the precedent of Galaxy Reactor. Also see Bowser's Rage stage. In general, the final levels of games have shown to be really difficult. The final bosses. Now the boss itself is not my worry. Because this game has the worst final boss fight of any 3D Mario game. Because, you know, even if I really like both Galaxy games, I will admit, the final boss for this game is a bit lackluster. And that final boss fight is the entire reason I prefer Galaxy 1 over this game. Because they're otherwise pretty much tied. And it's honestly kind of a shame, because as a level, I think Galaxy Generator might actually be better than Galaxy Reactor. This is not going to be an easy level. You know, one thing that I have realized is, you know, it's April. Early April, I might add. And I'm already close to streaming for more time this year than I did during 2024. During all of 2024. Which is ridiculous. Still a bit away from matching 2025, you know, but you know, 2025 was my single most active year as a streamer. So, you know, 2026 is very much on pace to beat last year. I'm sure my computer would probably prefer I don't stream as much, because my VODs folder is getting ginormous. But oh well, that's fine. That is okay then. Rock momentum works in weird ways, I guess. So somehow it decided that I'm just gonna go to the right when I was going perfectly straight. Make it make sense. Thank you for the follow. The follows are anonymous, but they are appreciated. Also, welcome on in, DJ Noel. I am very much aware of this fact. That is why I have the pinned message that I do. Because I have not yet had the chance to see it. And I knew that because I was playing this game today, that people might want to, you know, talk about that. All I know is in this house that we consider we back Brie Larson, who, you know, is the Rosalina voice actor. Because, you know, I think that they picked the second best option for Rosalina. You know, the best option would have been Mercedes Rose. But, you know, Nintendo / Illumination did not seem to be inclined to do that. No, we need to do this. Also, thank you for the, you know, early happy Easter. Easter's tomorrow, I think. I don't know. I never remember that, to be honest. Yes, it is tomorrow. You know, one thing with this level is it has a lot of enemies. And it wants you to engage with and defeat those enemies. So because of that, it is very easy to take damage to things that you really shouldn't. You know, one thing that I will do, you know, maybe I should try not doing Boulder Bowl Galaxy. Let's try a galaxy that is much easier and much simpler to do. Wild Glide. Blizzard's First Flight.
Yes!
Okay, that did not quite go the way I wanted it to, but that was because I went way too low. Wait, no, we don't want to do the... We're not in World S right now, that's Starbitless. We can't use the save file for the wrong challenge run, because, you know, that would be really bad. We'll give this one serious try before the ad break, and then if we fail, I'm just gonna go to the BRB screen.
Yes.
I need to know why Nintendo set the best time when you don't have one to just be 1 minute and 30 seconds exactly. Why they couldn't have just put, like, dashed lines or something. Because that would have been the more logical approach, if you ask me. Or to just not put anything there at all. Just leave it blank. But to put a temp, like, what is... So, yeah, the ads are going to be in 1 minute, and I don't even know if I can really boot into a level, much less play one. So I'm gonna step away with the ads, and I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, there we go. So see you all in 3 minutes. And we are back. Time to do some more wild glide. You know, even though this world seems somewhat short, I think getting 100% is not going to be easy. Or doing is all the stars we can do right now. Because we can't do true 100% until we get all the green stars unlocked, which that is not going to be possible anytime soon. I need to know what those prompts... I kind of know what they look like in the Switch version, but I also don't. You know, that sounds like a fun thing to do. But you know, why do you say he got a bunch of stuff he didn't need? I'm sure he needs it for something. There we go! We beat this. This is why I decided to do this level instead of Boulder Bowl. Bang Toad, we're gonna need some of your star bits. We do have enough for that, technically. We're gonna call the Hungry Luma. And then that Luma's just gonna transform into an entire galaxy. A galaxy we've never done before. At least, we've never done it on stream. Because in the Starbit list for... Oh. But you know, it's Easter, so it's fine. I think this is the secret star here. Yes. You know, somehow I am just a connoisseur who knows exactly where the secret star is. It's almost like I've 100%ed this game twice. And one of those times, I did so while it was in a language I cannot even speak or really understand. Because that did happen once. In fact, I'm pretty sure I used that 100% save file on the Japanese version for stream once because it was the easier file for me to access. Because while my normal 100% save file in the English version does exist, I have to do some shenanigans in order for it to actually exist on my Wii U. Because that is not the set of saves I have loaded currently. Because, you know, one thing I don't like about Galaxy 2 is you only get 3 save files, and because of how the Wii works, those are the only 3 you get. Fortunately, because my Wii U is homebrew, via the power of save backup, I can basically create infinite clones, as many saves as I want. I love Save Me and whatever its Wii equivalent is that I don't use, because Save Me works just well even with Wii games. You know, I'm not allowed to take any damage. You know, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to undo the thing that... There we go. Now that star is back. Sorry, Ian, but I can't just... You know, missing stars are bad, so we need to have all of the stars present. You know, I think green stars, those are gonna be some of the most difficult stars in the game. Because a lot of the green stars are just, they're not in locations that are rational. So I expect green stars to be one of the most intimidating parts of our run. Especially because green stars, they're the ones I have the hardest time remembering. Because they're basically just 120 of the most obnoxious secret stars in existence. I guess not all of them, but a good chunk of them. Reset. There we go. Come on. We need a counter for the amount of times my nunchuck decides to be annoying. Unfortunately, I cannot build that counter mid-stream. That's a little too complicated. And I know one of the, streamer bot connoisseurs that I have in my audience is probably going to say, actually, Star, it is really easy. It's really easy when I actually have the time to focus on making it. Apparently collecting money lets you fly longer. I don't know why. I guess it does sort of maybe make sense. If you, don't think about it. And I'm doing all of this because one level seems way too difficult, and then I proceed to pick another level. It seems like there's this curse where every time I do a damageless run for a Mario Galaxy game, my nunchuck and/or Wii remote have to start acting up. I'm somewhat lucky that I've only really had one reset because of my nunchuck Wii remote issues. See, these things can hurt us, so we need to make sure that we don't do things too quickly. You did not pick a good time for that. Have you been satisfied, Arrows? With me trying to sing along to the music as it changed like every 30 seconds. You should have picked a different galaxy to do that, but oh well. I'm gonna start a prediction. We've done one like this before. You should have saved it for Cosmic Cove. So, how far? So we're currently in World 2. So, which world are we gonna end the stream in? And this will be defined by whatever the furthest world we've got, not necessarily the world that we do the last level in. Now, World 6 or beyond includes a lot of options, but the reason I kind of lumped them together is because I don't think we're going to get that far. So it's redundant to list all of them. Plus, I'm pretty sure Switch only lets you list so many options. You know, the last time Eros picked the safe option in this prediction and lost because I went for much longer than I was anticipating. Now, I think the safe answer is World 3. Personally. You know, I would not say World 2, because even though we're struggling with World 2 quite a bit, I don't think that World 2 is going to be that difficult that we're going to need 2 streams to do it. I could be completely wrong, of course. But this doesn't feel like a 5+ hour world to complete. It's just, no, it doesn't feel that way. If we were... There are some worlds which I could anticipate taking 2 streams to do the regular stuff. You know, I like to think that to fly as a bee, it costs money, and so that's why getting coins resets your fly meter, increases it. Because I cannot think of another explanation. I cannot stand on those for longer than, like, 5 seconds. Okay, more like 3 seconds. You just have to be smarter. Just, you know, make sure... You just have to gauge. Do you think I'm going to be... I'm gonna clutch it out? Or do you think I'm going to be average? Or do you think I'm going to constantly fail? That's what you have to do. Part of me feels like you're going to use that as a justification to not put any points in. You know, here's a pro tip with my prediction. You know, don't pick the extreme option, but also maybe don't always pick the medium option. Because the most extreme option I put there in either direction is not gonna happen. Like, I don't expect to beat Galaxy Generator. Or even reach World 6 today. That is true. I would say with these worlds, so long as I don't have a skill issue, I should be able to beat them reasonably quickly. But, you know, me having a skill issue part, that is a very questionable statement. I will say this, Arrows. The options you should pick from are probably World 3 or World 4. Those are the options that would make you the best. There we go! That's a star acquired. What do you have? Bank Toad now has exactly 500 star bits. Hello, Sage, and yes, I very, very much agree. I mean, probably not as good as Galaxy 1, but still very, very good.
Yes.
We've been avoiding this level for a bit because it has proven to be a bit difficult. And I wanted to get some other levels done before I continued with it. Alright, yes. Because in this game you need 100 star bits for a one-up. Okay, that was a way to fail the level. You don't need to do the entire spiel every time we interact with you, Bang Toad. We very much, understand how you operate. You know, my favorite thing is to collect a bunch of star bits. You know, this level is very good at doing that. For some reason, we're ordered to get rid of our rock mushroom. I don't really know why. Considering they just make you get it right back. It's kind of like... Why can't Rock Mario use the launch star? There we go, that's hit 1. We haven't hit the boss before. But the problem is the boss hits us, which is not allowed. If the boss hits us, that's an automatic reset. I know this boss is possible. I just haven't done it yet. Hello, Maneko, and congrats on being quote-unquote first. Okay then, that is a way to die, is to fall off of the ledge of that platform. And so I see someone put points on World 3, which I do think is the correct bet as the streamer. Because there is one more galaxy we can do to avoid doing Boulder Bowl before the lava lair, we're going to do this one. Cosmic Cove Galaxy. In my opinion, the best galaxy in the sequel. Um, 1,000. I need one more coin, and there just so happens to be one right there. But, you know, seriously, I do recommend that everyone play this. Mess with some Wii U stuff, getting Pretendo. You know, I would advise that you do that. That sounds like a good idea. You know, I may or may not be playing on my Wii U right now, so that I can, you know, actually do Galaxy 2. We're just gonna add even more to your collection, Bank Toad. So, you know, make sure to keep all of our star bits safe. The Twin Falls Hideaway. You know, one thing is, I need Galaxy 2 songs to use for this challenge series in specific. We'll give you all of the star bits we still have. Because, you know, I think, you know, Bang Toad will maybe help us get interest on those star bits, since we do need to max out the star bit counter. That is a requirement.
Yes.
It is not just a optional thing that we do it either. Because, you know, if we want to unlock Perfect Run, for some reason, a prerequisite for that is maxing out the star bit counter. Why it is, I don't know. You know, I remember when this was a level that was impossible for us to do because we were doing the Stardust run. And then apparently the speedrunning community was like, actually this is possible. Nope, we're going to have to start over, but the ads are going to be due pretty soon, so we're going to take a break and we will resume with Cosmic Cove when the ads are over. So see you all in a few minutes. And we are back. Time to do some more Cosmic Cove. Or I guess, you know, finish off Cosmic Cove. Because we've already done 2 of the 3 stars. So we just have to do one more. Okay.
Yes.
So, for any Minecos that might be in the prediction is the furthest world we get. So, for example, if I get to World 3, but I'm doing, like, some combat in World 1, it would still count as World 3 in that scenario. As comets will mean I will be doing some backtracking. Probably not so much this stream, but definitely next stream. There will be some backtracking to previous worlds. Because, you know, if I was going to count it by the level we're technically doing, I would have included World 1, even though that answer would have been illogical. Because we started in World 2. That was our starting point. There we go. This time I don't make some incredibly silly mistake. Doo-dee-doo. You know, fun fact here, but Captain Toad is globally loaded, but the platform he is not. It is only loaded while in this star. So, in Cosmic Cove 1 and Secret, Captain Toad exists, but he's just floating out in the middle of nowhere. Which, in my opinion, is a bit horrifying, that he's just kind of floating out in the middle of nowhere. It's like, it doesn't sound right. Okay, I know this attempt is completely dead. But I at least wanted to make sure that that was even the solution, was to do that. And it in fact is the solution. Oh, newbie speaking in Vietnamese. At least that's what I think it is. Because of everything. That's a new one. I mean, not to say it's like impossible, you know. Normally, it would be Portuguese he does. But I guess, yeah, you're just gonna mix it up on us. This reminds me that I do not have my Google Translate tab open. And then I need to have one for Vietnamese, I guess. Let me... Yes, imagine if you did speak Vietnamese. I don't know if I agree with your assessment, but okay then, if... And you wonder why I call Newbie an agent of chaos, because he does stuff like that. But you know, it's fun chaos, so I permit it. Yeah, that sounds about right. I have to imagine even Portuguese is easier to type. Just because I don't think it has all of those characters with accent marks and stuff. I know there's like a special, like, technically correct term you're supposed to use, but I can't remember what it is. Because that part of my brain is not active right now. Indeed, Newbie. You know, Newbie is trying to get it so that my history social studies side is actually active during streams. Because that is where the, you know, more linguistic side of me, if it exists, would be located. You know, I need to do this more often, but did you know that Newbie streams so, you know, all of you should go check out Newbie right now and go follow him if you somehow are not following him. Because if you're... I mean, most of you are probably already following Newbie at this point, but for the few of you that aren't, yeah, that checked out. You know, there's a lot of people I need to shout out more often, but the problem is most of the people that watch this channel are streamers. So basically, whenever anyone comes in, I have justification to shout them out pretty quickly. You know, I'm not going to comment that being the best letter in the Vietnamese alphabet because I don't know enough. I don't really like that solution, to be honest. I don't know. The real problem here is there's just too many good people I know that I need to shout out. I don't know if you've been watching the whole stream, Newbie, but we've been kind of avoiding this level on purpose. Well, I can't avoid this level forever, newbie. Because I don't know if you can read the title, but the title says 100% damageless, which means I have to 100% the whole game without taking damage. And if I don't beat this level, I won't be able to do that. I don't know if I agree with that statement. I know you can read, because if you could not read, you would not have understood the go live message, so you wouldn't have been able to click on the stream. I don't know about that, to be honest, because it feels like you click in, like, immediately. Because, and I know that you have the notifications role in my server. So I think you have it so that anytime my server sends anything, it immediately gives you a notification, and that's how you get here so quickly. Same with arrows. See, I pay attention. It's not that I read your roles in my server, it's that I look at everyone's roles. You know, because I'm a good server owner, I make sure I know roughly who has what role. Because, you know, I don't want someone to have a role that they, you know, shouldn't have. It's just, you know, I can't let... You know, I need to make sure that everyone has the right permission levels so that, you know, mods are able to moderate the server and regular users cannot access top secret communications. You can. I think you can read a bit better than that, but fair. Let me see. You haven't eaten yet today? Well, that feels like a problem. Ah, you're just... I see here. I feel like you should do something to solve that problem. Yeah, that might be a good idea. So we only have 2 levels left in this world. So, you know, the World 3 bet for the stream ending there seems like a pretty good one.
Yes!
Because eventually we will beat this level. It might take forever. That is a interesting thing there. I'm gonna assume this person you're speaking of is one of those Brazilian streamers you watch. Now my assumption might be wrong. Ah, okay. That is definitely a collection of languages to speak. Does he actually speak all of those languages on stream is my question. Wow! You mean to tell me that one of Newbie's friends has a linguistics degree? Call me surprised. Yeah, that's what I expected.
Yes!
Ah! I didn't expect him to be, fluent in all those languages. That sounds crazy. But to even be, like, somewhat proficient in that many different languages at once... I can tell. We're just gonna pretend that I did not just do that. So, you know, nothing happened there. Everything... Interesting.
Yes.
Now, here's my question. I think the underside of this planet is the other crystal. Boom! I need to see what this says here, so one moment. Okay then, newbie. I'm not disputing that part. I need to remember that I need to get in rock form like as soon as possible and get as far away from the boss. Because if I don't, I'm just gonna be stuck on this boss for all of eternity, and then Mineko is gonna lose all of their points, which would be bad. And you know, I don't want to disappoint a fellow star like that. That will happen approximately in the year 3000. Or never. You are more likely to become a member of the Council of Stars than for that to occur.
Yes.
And for those that don't know, the Council of Stars would mean that Newbie would become a mod. Which, you know, current me does not think that that is the best idea. But I mean, if I ever need more moderators, there is always the possibility Newbie is the next one. I mean, to be fair, there aren't that many enemies of the galaxy. There's only one intergalactic enemy we need to worry about. And even then, I don't think we need to worry about that one intergalactic enemy showing up. And there's also the bots that try to enter our galaxy, trying to promote dangerous things. Not that individual.
Yes.
So those are the main concerns. You know, the main concern is to make sure that, you know, no bots try to come into the channel to do anything, but you're not... No one you know is the correct answer. Not necessarily. The bots can have all kinds of names. And they can also be hacked accounts. Because I've seen that before, where sometimes the accounts that promote the, like, cheap viewer stuff, they're either really new accounts or hacked accounts. You're taking me too literally, movie. If you say it is fun. Now, the question here is, and I think we had asked the same question last stream, but with a different boss fight, is will we beat it before the 3-hour mark? So will we beat it in the next 10 minutes, basically? I like how it says thank you for using your local bank toad. That line I always find to be a bit silly for some reason. It's like as if there's another bank toad I could have used. What about unlike with Gobblegut, where we could basically just focus on Gobblegut because the rest of the level was relatively easy / didn't exist. There's an entire level before this boss. Okay, what am I doing?
Yes!
How dare the ads, want to start playing in 5 minutes, But I mean, that is the one downside of being an affiliate. Is Twitch demands a certain amount of ads to be run. Reset.
Yes!
Unfortunately, one, this doesn't even really exist on the Wii U side, and even if it did, it wouldn't work. There needs to be some plugin or something to disable certain buttons. Okay, say that as if I disabled the B button, it would be impossible for me to even enter the game. How about setting the B, remapping the buttons, so instead of the B button, I have to press like the 2 button or something. Something you just don't press in this kind of game. So, I can at best get into my save file, but I don't think I can actually attempt the level again before ads. So with that in mind, I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to try more of Boulder Bowl Galaxy. So I will see all of you in a few minutes. And we are back. I know none of you could see it, but you know, I put on this, you know, Yoshi plush hat that was in my streaming room because it is a bit, you know, why not?
Yes! Wow!
Now I just need to... I think it's a good thing that I started with Puzzle Plank having already been completed, because that would have just added on to the stream if I still had Puzzle Plank. In addition to everything we've had to do today. Because, you know, especially this level. Because this level has been the biggest, I would say probably the single biggest obstacle of the challenge so far. You know, maybe Gobblegut? But that's just one boss that's going to be a little annoying. Boulder Bowl just seems like an all-around not easy level to do. There's so many things in this level. There's so many enemies, and with most levels, you can just ignore the enemies. But this level, okay, I did not want to do that. This level requires that you defeat all of those enemies. Or at least some of those enemies. And because this is Mario Galaxy, where every other level has a boss fight in it, that means that there's also a boss at the end that they want you to do. I don't know if it's every other level, but the point is, a lot of levels in this game have boss fights. More than most Mario games. Because, you know, like, Wonder doesn't even have a boss fight for each world as an example. It feels like with this game, they were like, we need to create as many boss enemies as possible. Okay, now we need to be real careful. I went the wrong direction there. You know, that's just me being incompetent. Mm-hmm. At this point, the goal of the stream is, can I beat this level and the lava lake?
Yes! Whee!
We are still on World 2. Because as it turns out, Boulder Bowl is, at least for the early game, the hardest level in the game. You realize this is a mysterious star stream, so skill issues are central to the stream. You know, if you want to watch a streamer that, you know, doesn't have a skill issue, there's a different star you should probably be watching. I'm not gonna shout them out because, like, they might be lurking. Yeah, I'll just do that for some reason. There was nothing productive with anything I did 5 seconds ago. But that, doesn't change the fact that I do it. Ding. One thing I should do is I should add my, speedrun.com to my Twitch links, or the links in my About Me. Of course, I just go straight into it. Okay, so the Luigi U run is still pending. Thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous here, but they are still appreciated nonetheless. Hello, Gamer G. Yes, it was in fact you. But, you know, I do keep follows anonymous because I do know some people prefer to, you know, lurk, and I don't want their name to be broadcast in case they're doing that. People are allowed to reveal that they were the person that followed. You know, I'll be honest, for the longest time, I didn't really think about it. But then, you know, one day, I saw someone did that, and it kind of changed my mind. And so I've used anonymous followers ever since. You know, I've historically never cared. No, your messages are sending a normal amount of time on my stream. If your messages were sending 3 times, I would notice that, and you would see it on the display there. I think it's just that your Twitch is broken, gamer. Because, you know, sometimes the Twitch mobile app likes to be incredibly scuff. When it could just, you know, work correctly. So it's just, you know, every time someone says something, you see it 3 separate times. That seems like a really strange glitch. Like, I could understand 2 times, maybe? But 3? I don't know if I agree with that, because this boss has been the bane of my existence so far. I have beaten the rest of World 2, except for Lava Layer. And this level. So there's only 2 levels in World 2 I haven't done yet of what I can do. I think there's a bit of a skill issue here, but I also do think it's probably more difficult than the rest of this world is. You know, I've done a few damageless runs on stream before, so this is definitely not my first time. I've done the first game as well. And we kind of have just started with this. This is only the second stream of this challenge run we've done. So things are only really just beginning. For Galaxy 2, at least. We had been doing Mario Wonder for a while, but I finished that one. I have played the DLC, but I don't think I'm gonna do the Damageless with the Wonder DLC. So I just did all the, you know, non-DLC stuff in my Mario Wonder Damageless run. Because the DLC came out, like, right after I finished it. Oh, and just so you know, gamer, I consider deaths to be a form of taking damage, so those also trigger resets anytime they happen. So yeah, no damage allowed, no deaths allowed. Yeah, I need to figure out how I can get Dream Avatars to, you know, stop using my bot to promote itself. The only way I can think of is to, like, I don't want to deactivate Stream Avatars entirely, though. Especially because it's going to get my bot timed out in the 1 in 10 million chance I ever do a collab stream with someone else. And oh! Yes. If you're on desktop, you can go into the About Me panels to change it. I don't know how you change it on mobile, to be honest. Oh, you're playing Pokopia? I've seen a lot of Pokopia. Like, a lot more than other Pokemon games. Now, that's mostly because of one person who has become obsessed with the game. But still... I've definitely heard a lot of good things about Pokopia. I've become, you know, somewhat good at this level. Keyword is somewhat. You know, here's the thing. I don't actually need this level for progression purposes, because I've done everything to skip it. But because I'm going for 100%, that doesn't matter. Because with 100%, I have to beat everything in the whole game. All 242 stars.
Yes.
Yes, I am a complete masochist. So this challenge run will end after I beat the perfect run. Which, I mean, the good thing with this challenge run is the perfect run is not any harder than it normally is. If you catch my drift. And that's true with every single Daredevil comet, actually. Mostly.
Whee! 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 Woohoo! Woohoo!
Yes, I'm doing Lava Layer. We'll give this one try, because it's the only other option we have. Although, if we do beat Lava Layer, we're spending the rest of the stream on Boulder Bowl.
Yes! Woohoo!
I'm only gonna give this one try, and then we're gonna go back to Boulder Bowl. Just because my mind needs something different.
Yes! Whee!
you're on the computer now? Well now, since you're on your computer, you're gonna be able to customize your avatar. On your way to Eros' house? Okay then. And you know, so Eros wants to play Pocopia. I'm noting all of this down in case anything happens that I need to be aware of. We haven't made that much progress in a while. Yeah, Eros doesn't have a Switch 2. And so, gamer, you think the emotes are cool? I'm gonna shout this person out. So, those emotes that I use were made by someone by the name of AngelRoseStar. They are a really talented artist, and they also made the little Luma PNGTuber that, you know, represents me. You know, that's a shout. I don't shout out Angel enough, because without Angel, my channel's brand would be much weaker than it currently is.
Yes!
Yes, go follow Angel. See, here's the thing. Heaven, or you know, Eros. is... Yes, they do have a Twitch. That's how I found them, actually. So the Rosalina wave was never going to be permanent. Or at least that version of the Rosalina wave was never going to be permanent. Originally, I wanted to have a commission version, but that didn't happen because I found Angel's Luma emote set. And so that kind of took over. I like when the bot, you know, calls people out for their lurks being like very, very short. It's very humorous to just see person lurked for 2 minutes. You know, we'll just ignore that part. You know, the lost Luma, it has to connect to this intergalactic broadcast, and so it's a bit delayed. Oh, so what's No Landing Mecha Koopa? So the short answer is my brother has made a bunch of Mario Maker levels, and No Landing Mecha Koopa is his hardest level. It has a clear rate of like 0.1%. So the point of that redeem is you basically punish me and force me to do an absurd Kaizo stage effectively. Because, you know, while with every other level my brother's made, I have beaten it, I've not beaten that one yet. In part because it's kind of absurd. And just because I would rather spend my time doing other things. I probably could beat it, I choose not to. I like how I got the one of the furthest away from me instead of the one that was 3 inches from my location. Indeed, yes. I just need to, you know, not have a major skill issue. The problem here is that is much easier said than done. I can, you know, say that I shouldn't have a major skill issue, but, you know, I actually have to, you know, that requires me to execute. That is somewhat true. There are limits to the challenge runs I will do. Like, I will never do Starbitless in Galaxy 1, even though it is a challenge run I would love to do. You are correct. In general, you are correct. But I do have limits. Here's the thing. There's no guarantee of me beating this. Here's the thing with Luigi U is I actually wanted to do it Arrows. Or at least I was interested enough in doing it and, you know, to give it a community challenge. Because with Luigi U, I kind of needed some external motivation that people would be interested. You couldn't even do that with a Galaxy 1 Starbitless run, because here's what would happen. So I would do Gateway Galaxy, and then Good Egg 1. Those are pretty easy. And then I'm going to be spending 5 million years on Good Egg 2. Performing the single most difficult trick in the whole game. Good Egg 2 skip. Or alternatively, Crystal Float. I guess you're not wrong. So, normally with Good Egg 2, it kind of introduces you to Hungry Lumas. So you need 100 Starbits, which would be bad for a minimum Starbits run. But speedrunners discovered that actually you can beat Good Egg 2 without any Starbits. Because you can just go from the first planet to the last one. If you abuse gravity. And do some other weird things. Your sub ends in 10 days? Oh no! I mean, you have a Prime sub, so that's fine. You just have to give me my Prime sub. Give me your Prime sub in 10 days, so you should be fine. Unless if you're losing Amazon Prime. So Good Egg 2 is possible to beat without collecting any Starbits. It's gonna take me 5 billion years. And also, here's the other reason why I won't ever do Galaxy 1 Starbitless. Even if I somehow learn how to do Good Egg 2 skip, which is a dubious assumption, but let's assume I can learn Good Egg 2 skip. There's a lot of other really difficult skips I have to learn for Starbitless. Because Galaxy 1's very hostile to the idea of not collecting Starbits. And so even once I do Good Egg 2, I still have to do things like I have to do Honey Hive Galaxy without the bee mushroom. And the skip in that level. And there's just all sorts of things, and it's kind of like, maybe one day, if I get really good at Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 2, I can do that challenge run, but not anytime soon. It's just too out of reach. Galaxy 1 Starbit is not an accessible challenge run. And it's partially the speedrunning community's fault. I mean, they didn't intentionally make it obnoxious, but they accidentally have discovered things that kind of make it just out of reach for anyone at my skill level. Which, you know, feels weird that I'm trying to paint the Galaxy speedrunning community as a problem. Because, you know, even if I was speedrunning a different game yesterday, I was still doing speedrun attempts yesterday. That is a little weird. Yeah. I don't know if you should really be talking about whatever's going on, Arrows, because it's possible that whatever you have that you shouldn't, they're just gonna immediately revoke it if you speak about it. You know, part of me does want to know what's going on there, Arrows, but I also don't want them to realize. Okay then, newbie. I don't really... I mean, okay, I guess the worst that happens is one day we see Heavenly Arrows doesn't have the Prime Gaming badge beside their name.
Yes!
I mean, I think this is a good galaxy. My problem is just I'm really bad at it. Your phone will die soon? No worries. Indeed, yeah, it does sound like a haunted Pepsi, so I would be inclined to agree. Okay, that almost was a disaster. You know, I'll give Lava Layer like one attempt maybe, and that will probably be the end for now. Because the alternative is the ads play. Okay, I'm gonna snooze the ads so that they don't become an issue.
Yes. Whee! Woohoo!
I don't think it is. I could be wrong. Yeah, this is a cover of a Mario 64 song. You are correct about this information. Now, technically, what we just got was worthless. Those, you know, the life mushrooms do not give any inherent advantage in this challenge run. The only advantage they give is a morale bonus. I know. I can take double the amount of hits. So useful! It's not like I'm just going to immediately reset the game if the moment I take one hit, you know, the moment I take one. Indeed, arrows. There we go. So that's the first of the 3 fights defeated. And we're gonna end this. I think this is a pretty good way to end the stream. Is defeating Bowser for the first of 3 times. We'll just ignore the fact that we skipped a level, and I'm doing this partially so that Mineko doesn't lose all of their points. I don't like how those add. I think that is the first time someone has redeemed that, so... Okay then. So, we'll just let the cutscenes play and I'll call it there. Now, the pre-rolls might be running right now, so if you're stuck in ads, I am sorry. So, you know, normally I would be looking for the raid target, but the raid target has been decided. So, until next time, bye! I'm gonna get the raid messages ready. We did it at the same time, lol.